And there might be technical issues with this. I don't know how good YouTube is at fixing this kind of stuff, but like I just said, the live stream page crashed at some point, and I just refreshed the page, but like it reopened fine. So hopefully that's not gonna cause any issues, more than not being able to have chat docked into my OBS for some reason. Hopefully.
Well, YouTube seems fine at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to be good. It's connected and everything. Yeah, alright, well. As long as it has the part that matters working. Okay. Well, on to probably not the finale, but you never know what we might get through. You never know. Though I don't really care at this point. We can just stop playing now that I figured out the... once we got the pants stuff...
Right, right.
Once that absolution was dealt with, why is my game minimizing? Oh boy. Nothing else really matters. But I guess we'll keep going. So we got through the first part of the trial, where we unfortunately had to deal with Wendy. And now we're moving on to... Sorry. Now we're moving on to... I guess we're going to be
Day
seeing...
2.
No, this is the second half.
Second half.
Yeah, so Adrian's here.
Right,
we gotta do it in
right.
one day.
Right. Yeah, got it.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. But you finished the ceremony. Well, you know what? When you're traveling and performing, you gotta get whatever sleep you can.
Yep.
That's pretty believable. Oh, I'm so fucking beat. I see. She could have also easily planted that blood-covered Hakama button in your Hakama. Right, but if he was sleeping in his costume, this doesn't make sense then.
Right. Does she undress him? Like...
Take it off, boy. Okay. Dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes. She is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? The only agenda she keeps is my schedule. I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impacts' missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. How long ago was this? 2 years ago? Yeah, but why would she suddenly do it? Just, I guess the opportunity. I don't know. I'm so... It's such a toss-up on what exactly is going to happen in this case from what they're dealing with right now. Like, the game's telling us, oh yeah, it's Adrian. It has to be Adrian. It must be Adrian. And it's like, no, no. It could be. Maybe that is what happens right now, but... My gut tells me otherwise. Then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. We still also haven't discussed Mike's break-in. Okay. Oh jeez. Not this. This isn't what I wanted. I want the death photo. Yeah, we still have the strangulation. I wonder if... Yeah, maybe... I don't know, is he gonna, like... Is this gonna have something to do with hanging?
Right, because the one lady's hanging in her suicide photo.
Yeah. Okay. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounded like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship?
Good question.
Will? Stated Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regard to Miss Impacts. Yeah, her best friend, Edgeworth. Who's Edgeworth? Looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Someone's knocking at my door. Sorry, my dad's been using my phone and he just got his new one, so I need to forward him something real quick. Not there. Oh god, okay, I'm not doing this right now. It's a lot of phone numbers he need me to text him. Oh well. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Guard. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard.
Oh, so you're gonna tell Edgeworth? She got really mad when we asked her.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. She's all business and she's in a courtroom, so it's like, well, here I am.
Sure.
She seems to be one of the more, I guess, reasonable people we've dealt with.
Now then.
In this grand circus we've been a part of.
I wasn't here for the circus.
Yeah, it's okay. It was, yeah, I think I said the first half was rough, but I also wasn't feeling too good that night. Then the second part was pretty good. Alright. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
Anything for you, lady. I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No. I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. Hey, anyone see Gant? I was supposed to go swimming with him.
Wonder how he's doing.
Wonder how he's doing.
I haven't seen him in a bit. Anyone know what happened?
What is he saying?
It's the... Well,
like,
you bait a fish.
Like I was having a stroke reading that.
Or was that bait and fry? Well, you catch a fish and then you fry it.
I guess. Let's see what they say.
Yeah, I guess this might be... Oh, you hooked him in and then you killed him. Might be the idea here.
Like, Catch and release?
No, fry... Catch and release would be something else. Fry implies that you're cooking it, as in, like...
That's true.
Like, killing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I'm accusing her of that. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
My sister-wife friend is in danger. I must save her. Not my lover, though. My sister-wife friend. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well, then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. There was his dead body. I was in shock. So I gently put my glass down. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene in the crime scene photo. Oh, there's something on the desk that she took. Look at that. Look right under was.
Well, interesting.
Yeah.
Because this isn't a real photo. This is just someone... Like, I get what you're saying. However, you're right, there is something there.
There's something there. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, we can only have... There's only so many assets we can have, you know?
Right.
I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of... Now, if you were an alcoholic, and were like, oh, I need it now, right? Like, you need to go smoke a cigarette or something, right? To calm yourself. I can understand that, but, oh, my tomato juice. Well, actually...
Well, like,
it was filled with tomato juice.
That's not, like... I'll say, that's actually kind of really sensible. Like, tomato juice has some body to it. So it's like...
So I poured myself a glass of juice. Okay.
Like, that would probably help you if you were gonna faint, but...
Still...
You wouldn't... It would be hard to predict you were gonna faint. You just kind of faint.
Yeah, if you were woozy enough, and you were like, oh, I better... grab a glass, pour it, and then drink it. No, you fall to the floor, and you gather yourself then. Yeah. And then you get the drink.
Yeah.
Also, I believe we had stated earlier... no, I don't know how well that was established, whether or not that the glass was brought with her. No, that probably doesn't matter. Okay.
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yeah, I was thirsty. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. At the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that was when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. Okay.
I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross... I'm sorry. I'm in autopilot mode. Gotta get into the groove.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
You know, I'm also not trying to get too into the characters. We know what happened last time.
Right.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer. She has the brains to match. I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? She can't block the overhead every time, Phoenix. Okay. And what was Mr. Engard doing at the time? I keep saying Engard because it's... but, like, because it's like, I want to be yelling Engard, but yeah, I need to just... En garde.
On guard.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm with you on this
guard.
because like it's not a word we see often written.
Yeah, it's just yelled.
Yeah.
Matt, on guard.
Yeah.
More like off guard. He was asleep taking a nap, and now he's framed for murder. He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ungar did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you... Right, I thought years of school have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungar's knife from his room? No.
Okay.
Subject, verb, object. Right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Fuck you, Edgeworth. After that, I went to Juan's room. Why? And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture. Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Let's press a little further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon. What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. Can't get her to talk with a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? Dead body, I was in shock. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Wow. Edgeworth turning into the ladies' man. This is what I've been training for, Phoenix. I've been running from my gay thoughts. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
So desune.
So desune.
What I saw was naturally the exact same scene in the crime scene photo. Wrong.
No,
Having probed
paper. I saw it in your memory.
Yeah, from probing your brain with my supervision, from my metaphysical video game vision, I know that there was something else in there.
I'm getting back at the women who've been reading my mind.
Yeah. Don't you know I'm Phoenix Wright? When I'm surrounded by people enough, I start to take their power. It's my secret technique. They can read my mind, so now I can read yours. Is the photo you're referring to correct?
He's also been infiltrating your mind, Alex.
God has he. God has he. He's trying to escape, maybe. This world sucks. This world sucks. Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then what did you do next, witness? Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You know, I'm burping tonight for different reasons. I just had a bunch of pickles. But that's that's the good burp though. It'll stop eventually. Gets all the bad burp out. Use? Yeah, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Huh.
I wasn't feeling good, so I poured myself a
I'm
glass
glad.
of tomato juice.
And then was like,
but I
oh,
also
fuck.
wasn't feeling good, so I didn't drink it.
Like, yeah. Like, you would be thrown off in this kind of situation, I get it. But, like, natural habit suggests you take glass, you pour, and then you immediately sip. I don't know about you. Maybe I'm weird. I doubt that, though. Like, you're getting that shit and you're like, yeah, here it comes.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. I'm gonna sip that shit. That's how it goes. And if you're a real monster and can't wait, you take a swig out of whatever you're pouring it from first and then pour it in the glass for later. Dire circumstances. Call for desperate measures, I guess. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Carita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. Tell me. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. This is a really bizarre sequence of events she's concatenating. Ooh, nice pants.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo?
No, Judge, she's talking about a different one, dumbass bailiff.
No. You've betrayed me too, bailiff. This mess of glass shards.
Oh, yeah, no, this doesn't check out. If the guitar case was already open, so water would have gotten into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here.
This is pretty important because the crime scene is
the order of events is different.
Yeah, that and the idea of that there was a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now suddenly it's like, okay, so there wasn't a struggle. However, that's still bullshit because unless she opened the guitar case after the fact, we'll see. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Okay, well, this is just gonna be presenting the guitar case. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take one's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd, I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Get out of my head! Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Thanks, Mia. Thanks, Mia. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offense and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very, very strong, decisive evidence. For Maya's sake. Okay. Oops. Thought there was one more in there. I think it has to be the guitar case. And it is. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? Yeah. It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell into the guitar case.
Onto,
yeah, you. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there was one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
There's no guitar. Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. Yeah, the remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
Man, what's wrong with that?
The guitar case was open when the vase fell. The glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Huh? What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She didn't implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. She was looking for something. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Oh, good, we got Jack in the stream, finally.
God, he's so far away.
He's been pretty good, I'll say. Like,
I want you to realize how far away he is.
He sounds kind of far away. But just a little bit's picking up. I mean, a dog barking is...
It's loud.
Is a dog barking. Especially him.
Especially him.
He's a big crazy boy. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you after all, and it's definitely worked plenty of times, not that I would know. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, right?
Alright, right. I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Well, luckily for you, I do know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
Bailiff, give me your gun. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination, you motherfuckers. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. This is so weird after playing Rise from the Ashes, where like me and him were so buddy in that, along with the ending of base one. Like this is really weird. I almost want to say like I could have gone without playing 2 and been pretty content not having this strange new take on Edgeworth and Wright's relationship.
Yes, like I'm in agreement.
This kind of posthumously
just be like it would have been weird to just be like, hey, skip 2. It's not like it's overly egregious. It's just like it's kind of weird filler.
It really does just feel like they had ideas and they just made them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's fine. It makes a lot of sense. Hey, we got stuff we wanted to do. We'll put it out in the sequel. But then they took the time going into 3 to be like, okay, well, clean slate. Let's do it.
But like there is like this implication that like Edgeworth wanted to get better and Phoenix is mad that he left. Like, I don't know.
Still, like, I get that being kind of rude is Edgeworth's thing. Like being a smartass. It's great. I love seeing it, but it does still ring odd.
Wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, it is just like, he saved your life. Like, come on. Chill.
Yeah.
But I guess that's fine. I'm curious, did this game release like 6 months after the original? Because the original only took 6 months to make.
I think it was very shortly afterwards.
It had to have been incredibly shortly afterwards, considering they even reused a bunch of character models and stuff.
Yeah.
And nothing too drastic changed in the structure outside of, they added the Magatama, but that's not even that crazy, because that's just a testimony.
Yeah.
And being able to present profiles. Also not that crazy, because it's just evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be curious what 3 has, but anyway, I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? Ooh, need that neck crack. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. Suppose I opened it after knocking over the vase. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witnesses said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Huh? Why would she care about the bright red guitar? Getting back on topic. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Was it really empty? Huh? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism, long enough to beat your ass. The bright red guitar was found at the studio, right? These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
Edgeworth's like, what's wrong with being interested in something bright and red? Obviously, Miss Andrews had her priorities straight.
Yeah, but nothing unreasonable about that.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. Loses all my health. So why open the case, even I don't know. Is that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah. We had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court. Stop reading my mind! Get out of my head. Okay. Bam. Did I click the wrong one?
The wrong file in the wrong manila folder.
Oh no, I don't think I did. Oh, there they are. The scrunched pant legs.
Beautiful.
Well, if it's not this, I clicked on the right one, so I give up.
I think you clicked on. You may have clicked on the Adrian one.
No, I clicked on this one.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. So why I opened the case even I don't know. Ah, she didn't open it. Her fingerprints are not on the guitar case. Wow. I don't know which one to present this on.
Right, I guess right here.
Yep, right here. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. No need.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left fingerprints just because I touched the case.
We left fingerprints on the glass, so...
Yeah.
You're wearing one glove, like...
What do you mean?
Joe, they always call me that.
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? That's bullshit.
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at that time?
It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's strange. You're wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? I have your proof right here! This wine glass! The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. No. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself the glass of juice. Wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Whoa.
Whoa. Oh my god.
Wow.
That was crazy.
Holy shit. God, okay, who is it that always pulls out more sunglasses when they break? Oh, fuck me. Oh, it's like a really good gag, too. I think it's in a...
Johnny Cage?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is Johnny Cage. One of his victory... maybe it's his only victory pose in Mortal Kombat 9. The glasses fall off and he just pulls out another pair. You know, I bet that's in other stuff, too. I'm sure we've seen that somewhere else where, like, the glasses fall off and then they just pull out another pair.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, though.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Everyone's been punctured with glass shards now.
Order! Bailiff, clean up this glass! It's in my eye!
It's in my beard. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar... The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? What was in the guitar case? Was not, yeah, it was not, what was in it was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was the bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either.
Yeah, I'm guessing she thought it was the suicide note?
Yeah.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work that always works.
Kuroko.
Steer the court toward an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... Shut up! No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. If she was telling the truth about that. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. Also, we are still attempting to pin the murder on her. However, we are writing... Well, I guess we're just trying to disprove her testimony altogether at this point.
Yeah.
I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well...
Can he do that?
Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing... You don't mean to suggest that the bright black guitar was inside the case?
Our one brain cell. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. Then you can shove it up my ass. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Why is this it's only one pip? Maybe we don't have anything for this yet.
Well, does the one thing mention the suicide note?
It does. Was your suicide note hit? But...
Hidden.
We'll see. We don't have anything yet, then. Yeah, because he's asking for a very specific piece of evidence. Why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one?
Why, Mr. Wright? Why?
Well, I just thought it might have been possible. I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be?
Yes, and never bring it out again.
Can a foolishly foolish fool get some love? You still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder?
Well, you don't have an option to back down, do you?
I might not.
Looking for...
Huh. Well, wouldn't be a suicide report. Wouldn't be an autopsy report.
The knife?
The knife is possible, but no.
But that's such a stretch.
Stretch, but it's possible. No. But still maybe.
It's kind of nutty. I guess it's the knife. It's like the only solid object we have.
It's literally it. That's all we have.
I guess it's the knife by process of elimination. I guess it's the button as the only other thing we had.
I'm glad they know not to penalize you horribly for this one.
But I guess like.
Yeah, attorney's badge. No. 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 Ah, the guitar case is a Matryoshka doll.
You're not saying the guitar case was inside the guitar case. Like the button is the next thing I think. Can we try? Okay, well...
That's it. We soft locked the game. We soft locked the game. That was everything.
Because we tried suicide note, knife, and button. And we don't have anything else.
It was Detective Gumshoe!
Yeah, like, it's not like there's a body in there. So it's not like we would throw Gumshoe out. Wait, does her... If it's this and it's the suicide note, that would be very upsetting. It's not the camera. We have no reason to think the camera was in that case. Not tomato juice. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, plus in theory, she knocked out over the base.
Then open the guitar
Then open
case.
the guitar case, yeah.
There's no water in it, so it's not like there's hidden broken glass we're missing. It wasn't the button, it wasn't the suicide note, and it wasn't the knife. So we tried.
It's not gonna be this. Well...
It might be Celeste's profile and this game's just fucked.
It was her head.
Well, I mean, like, this is the suicide note hole for some reason, but no. Okay.
Like, is this actually progress?
I guess the only other thing we can try is something about the photo with, it's either photo, and there's just something, like a teddy bear or something, I don't know. That's a photograph. The spear, like, but the spear hasn't been talked about. Flowers, teddy bears, a gun.
Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture?
Uh-huh. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean.
No, it might!
What I'm proposing is... Inside the Catharsis case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
Holy shit! Okay. I understand. I know why that might be why it's in there. Fuck this.
I have no words.
Like...
That's the biggest leap so far.
Yeah, that's insane.
That costume would not fit inside of a fucking guitar case.
Right.
No fucking chance in hell.
No. No.
No. No.
Like, I understand why that why that costume would be in there. However, like, even if you knew that I don't know if we were getting that. That was insane.
I think that's why they balanced it to be one fucking pip of health.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the line of thinking here is that you're supposed to be like, well, she went in as herself and she left as the Nickel Samurai. That's it.
I guess we were also supposed to believe that it was also like, what's his name? On Guard was asleep in his costume, so there had to have been a second costume.
I guess so. And the Jammin' Ninja had it. Why?
Like, yeah.
Something about the proposal? Maybe he was the one that was supposed to go on stage and not Matt.
So I believe that is correct.
Okay.
However, we don't know that yet. You don't know that.
Well, I know. And like I'll say, they do a pretty good job of writing the line between giving you too much information and like not enough. This one is a little bit of a leap that you have to make here. Like this is pretty much process of elimination that like I guess she walked out in the costume is the idea here.
Right.
However, that shit don't fit, Chief. That shit ain't fitting.
There should have been something else where like there was solid proof that she walked in without the costume on. Not just her testimony.
Right, and her testimony's so phony to begin with. So like, what do I believe with that anyway?
Right, but like if there had been like a photo of her walking in, it would have been like, oh, there must have been a costume in there, right? But no. Okay.
Well, okay, moving on. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory.
I'm with Edgeworth on this one.
Do you have anything to support such preposterous idea? Such a preposterous idea? No. Oh, God. Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. Okay. In the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo?
Okay. I see where they went with this, but yeah, that one's,
Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we, boys?
Nice job, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. No fucking problem. Easy shit. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Mash all the evidence.
Yeah? So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
What? Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Unguard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True.
True. That is a little baffling. A little bailiff.
Bailiff, yep, the same thing.
Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. Alright. Taku suggested we say they stole it because it's funny.
Oh, say we stole it? Okay, sure.
Yeah, apparently it's funny.
It was stolen from Ungard. I think it may have been stolen from Mr. Ungard.
Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing?
Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. Ungard would have been forced to go naked. Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out for making a mockery of this court. He says as he wipes away the saliva from me. That wasn't one of the cases. He literally said to himself, "Well, excuse me, princess." Mr. Matt Ungard did not take his costume off after the award ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct? Yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he?
Sigh.
I'm so nervous. Just remember, picture everyone in their underwear. Uh-oh.
Oh no,
he's hot.
Let's try that one more time, shall we, Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts.
I could reload the save, but whatever. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one. What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yeah. That is what I am saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kuroda, was the Jammin' Ninja, my hero. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind this peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling about to yourself now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Edgeworth, are you? He's just like me. He's also sitting there talking to himself. Gumshoe looks over at him and says what he's thinking. Huh? No, I always talk to myself.
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, that's what I think. I'm gonna save my game, that's what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was the press conference.
Yep. What is this?
On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yep. Spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
I don't know. That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. By confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt and Guard. Yeah.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews?
I can see why you're pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You!
You!
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
That's what he thought. He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had his hands... Okay, I'm sorry. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Okay.
And do you know what this secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews?
Matt's in the audience like, yeah, I want to know. I don't even know. That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Ungard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Protecting Matt.
Protecting.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him.
That's insane. This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. A thinker, if you will. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright.
It's like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. Yeah, exactly. He's like, no, how could she be the Nickel Samurai? I am. Whoa. Yeah, the whoa. Gotta get that in there.
Whoa.
That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Would you say that it was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. You want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things?
Are you the lawyer here?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence.
No, you don't know that. We know that.
And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach us that to us in school. At least not from what I remember. May I continue now?
She's just as bad as Gumshoe. She's just saying shit.
It's a world where people just say shit. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Mott on guard. Mott. I'm calling him Mott.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
He said he didn't.
Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Because I need to hear all the dialogue, Phoenix, I'm sorry. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover up for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia.
Oh god.
He's glaring at you, smart guy. No, Mia. I think he's checking you out.
My god.
My god.
Jesus Christ.
My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? button. It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. No, it's not. You knocked over the vase. During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
I'm adding it to my judge robe. I think it looks nice. That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. An icy stare, yes. Get out of my head!
Jesus Christ! What just happened?
I don't know.
Like, I'm really.
I'm rolling with the punches. Everyone's just ragging on Phoenix now.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you are not? And I thought I had her for this time, sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time, no less. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. Wax?
I don't know what he's saying.
And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected. Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little too wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Oh, jeez.
I'll help you, Phoenix.
So, I don't know if this is the right line of thinking, but he pointed out this one. This line that we're on right now. And the button was turned off Juan during his fight with Matt. It doesn't prove that there was a fight. Plus, we know that she knocked a bunch of stuff over, so maybe there never was actually a fight. But what do we show for that? Can I see the button in the Hakama?
Maybe we just present the picture.
Of the crime scene?
Yeah, because it can be like the vase.
Yeah.
You said you did that.
Okay. I picked the right one, yeah. Is it this picture again?
So I'm still actually kind of unclear. Where are they saying the button is on this dude?
Pants. It was just in the pants somewhere, yeah, in mask costume.
Might be that picture, I guess, because it is a little vague.
And how do you know that? When the ends, no, that's not what I'm asking. I've heard that before too. Why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I heard this time for sure. Yeah, it might just... Yeah, this is weird, because now we're, like, going back on this to pin it on Matt, but it's like, hey, you were there. Well, don't...
Yeah.
Because what are other... We don't really have other options. If the photo's not gonna... Okay.
Perhaps the pin. Oh yeah, the pin, because it's bloody. Because if it's torn off during the fight, it wouldn't be bloody.
I suppose that's true. Nope.
No.
I like that line of thinking, though.
No, I'm stupid. Clearly.
I don't know, not after... Okay. There was no fight because he was strangled.
Oh, right.
That's... Yeah. I feel like pointing out... yeah, Edgy's favorite piece of evidence. Oh, yeah, that's funny. You're funny. Sorry.
I was like, the badge?
Right, so the photo, I would want to say, hey, there was no fight because you knocked everything over. But I guess the autopsy report is a bit more conclusive to the fact that, hey, there was no fight. He was strangled. It's the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Why did we talk about that knife for 5 hours? Why did we talk about the knife? What is with you people? Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
It means we wasted a lot of fucking time talking about that knife. Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? Oh, see, now what you had said. Yeah, okay, after the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Tell me, I'm so glad you got it right. But the piece of evidence we had to present was not the thing that we ended up ultimately talking about. Good work. Very good work. Impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Arr! That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body to plant on the other dude.
Order. What is the meaning?
What is the meaning of this, right?
Nice.
So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Means there was no fight. It was planted. Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Dumsworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
Ah, yes, to have a memento of the crime, of course. Isn't it obvious? There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There was no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. There was no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's a good out of context one. That's right. Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is...
Who cares? I just proved that it wasn't my guy. Fuck y'all.
Not my job, again. Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Edgeworth, you're up. Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. Oh, I can't save.
Scary. I mean, this whole time we've been
lot of heart.
Oh my god, please. Man, I would have been so happy if old dad had got thrown in jail for stealing a camera. Just like Orochimaru.
So
scot-free.
I guess this is just gonna be Adrian.
Andrews, yeah.
Unless it's Juan. Unless for some reason it ends up being Juan. But that doesn't make any sense, so... No, Will. No, Will, you couldn't. No.
He took the samurai position from me, Nick.
Pearl, how could you?
I should have been the nickel samurai.
It had to be done, Nick.
It had to be done, Nick.
Gotta be Adrian in this case. Though I don't believe this either. Because, like, I'm still... What is part 2 of this case going to be?
What are you talking about, Alex? We're done here.
Oh, okay, all right.
We've gotten our client
Good night,
innocent.
everyone.
We've proven the killer. Justice for all.
On to 3. Finally.
Surely this was justice for all.
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What?
And as we saw, Maya may have broken out. She's just gonna show up here in a second.
Yeah, we're done.
We're just gonna go home.
Yeah, and we're never gonna get any closure on our rival character throughout the whole game, Miss Von Karma.
Don't need it.
Don't need it. She's shot. Whatever.
She's dead.
She's
Who
a bitch
cares?
anyway.
This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Evidence? Any evidence? Shut up. All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. But how preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death, and then after you put on the costume. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. Right, but this throws off the glove theory again.
Well, let's see what he says.
And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you.
Nice.
Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? You put it there. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there was no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. That's true. That's a very good point. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
There's also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide this real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. And with Edgeworth on this one...
That's right!
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. So Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something. If it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. But only the chief of police gets to do that. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with the way to avoid self-incrimination.
9 cases to reach this point.
By allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
Well, it's the anime ruling. You know, the mechanic doesn't exist until the main character understands it. Like in sports anime. No one else can do it until the audience is made aware of it.
Of course.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. God, it's like the one thing they taught me in school.
It's
like, hey, listen, don't worry about the rest of this shit. If someone asks you something, just don't say anything. Emma's writing that down in the distance right now. The fifth? Shouldn't that be number 1? That seems really important.
Without a lawyer.
Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room. Oh, Jesus. Adrian Andrews. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. It looks like she's whipping herself when she does that. It's really funny.
Yeah. She's lamenting. Or, what would it be?
She's sorry she's white.
Yeah, flailing oneself.
That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. Crazy.
Like a good lawyer.
Wow.
No wonder she had to die.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? Yes, actually.
You know that means your client's guilty. What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
Your ugly bald head. No, what do you think? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? But I have my foreskin. You know that, Edward.
I was about to say, what does my penis have anything to do with this?
Yeah, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Oh, okay, yeah, I got that too.
Miss Andrews, you... Did you want to kill Mr. Kurita?
Yeah. I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews...
I really want to know.
Please, I'm asking nicely. If you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
I hate that line of thinking, but yeah. Maybe so or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Kill her. Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time.
Man, the witness really just crosses her arms and the judge is like, well, I guess we'll kill the guy. Whatever, we'll go kill the guy.
I guess Matt's guilty.
Must be.
Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify.
Edgeworth said some weird lawyer shit, now I believe him, so we're done here. Something about circumcisions, I don't know.
And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
Y'all got solid definitive... Yeah, but we've, like, disproven all the solid definitive proof that you had against Matt, did we not? Fuck y'all. But that's not true!
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do. And that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? I don't have a tomorrow. If you don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? The client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Just stare into his eyes, Phoenix. He'll know. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
You telling me I can win this case and remove my competition?
It's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify.
Hey, we just can't do it. Now then, this court is...
My man. It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you?
It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Ooh, here we go.
I'm curious if that's true in Japan. Yes, that is very true, but...
Yeah, we just talk around the point, and then eventually it'll open her up. That's it. She can't block every overhead. We've talked about this. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and... I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state that if you have a reason behind your actions. I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
Is this the same trial?
Yes.
It's the second part of the trial that you saw yesterday.
Right, but it's still day one.
It's still day one. We don't have another day because Maya's potentially gonna die.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, we're only in the. I guess the. We haven't gone to like another part. We're still in the same trial. We haven't gone to like a part 3 of the trial yet. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him.
Well, his sister was shot.
Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
He's the one who shot her.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Unless you don't, and then we're done here.
And then, unless you just cross your arms and say no. Then we'll just kill Matt. It's fine. I'm good with whatever, really. That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Yeah, but once again, the room messy. What are you talking about?
That's a better story.
That is a way better story.
That's actually a pretty believable story.
Yes.
So you poured the glass of juice for the victim.
Yeah, we've been dealing with some nonsense so far.
Some absolute clown foolery. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
Because I'm lying. I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth. What the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Zooms in on Edgeworth's mind. Steel Samurai theme plays.
Just one.
Then Gumshoe says, haha, I saw that episode too.
Get out of my head, dick. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Glad my best friend was there to back me up, says Adrian to Miles. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Messy? So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. It's just me or did that right there sound a little odd? Yeah, like there's so many weird things to consider in this testimony. Cause like, oh, it must have been Matt, but then Adrian's also like, oh, by the way, Matt was sleeping in the other room. Cause I saw him sleeping in the other room. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. And what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed up everything out of anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyway, that's what I thought.
So you didn't think he was dead at all?
Sorry. Wow.
Nice. Nice. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Like, you would knock on the door, you'd walk in, after being either the door opened, or, you know, just letting him know you're coming in, then you'd be like, hey! You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first. Nice. Then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe I'd gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
That sounds actually really good.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes.
Then I opened a guitar case without putting my prints on it and got the gloves to do that inside the guitar case.
Put on the costume, then walked out. And also he was strangled.
So I stabbed a knife in him.
So I stabbed the knife in him and took the button. Literally, who else could have done it if Matt was asleep? Like... This is what it all comes down to, huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Wait, which one did he say was fishy? That was the third one, I think. Slumped over. You would have noticed the golden knife.
Right.
I'm gonna guess it's the knife. Again.
Yeah, when she says I went to check his pulse, I think might be awesome. Yeah.
When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had fainted, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's what...
Yeah, I think maybe the one you were looking at. But whenever she's like, whichever one, like, she is, yeah. Because there's a knife in his chest. Check his pulse. Sir, ma'am, there's a knife in his chest. Not that one, but I think that's the right idea.
Was I on the wrong one?
Well,
It was this one. Oh yeah, I think, yeah. Oh, I think it was this one. I think I was on the wrong one. Oh, really? That's... This is a messy case. Didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. You know, it's probably just the photo.
Right, because it's just like, hey, there's a knife in his chest, yeah. Yeah.
Which one's that gonna be on, though? I think it's this one. Is this the one that Phoenix pointed out?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Then what did cross your mind? I thought he had smashed everything up in it because, and then felt tired because his rampage, so he decided to take a nap.
Which one does he talk about checking his pulse?
Probably the last one.
Yeah.
Let's just do this one again, and we'll get to the last one. You thought he fainted! I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. That's when he went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up, so on. Okay. How did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards. Knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes. The evidence in this case is so funky to work with. God, like, it's so weird to pick apart, because, like, God, someone... The fingerprints and the guitar case, the costume in it, and the fucking... I don't know. Let me read this one more time. Oh. Okay. Huh. I know he points out that third one, but I think this last one is actually the one we want. But I don't know what I would present here, so look. So, shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards. But only knocked down the flower vase and not the wine glass also.
So I was thinking this too. But like, I don't know. Like my thought then was like, if you knock something over, it's not necessarily a cascading catastrophe, but yeah, maybe it's this.
Right, but maybe it is that.
Yeah. In which case, it's photo on the last one.
Because she also said initially that she had put it down. She had put the glass down first and then knocked the vase over.
Right, right.
Or like while she was putting it down, I think she had said. But I don't know what do I say to that?
Maybe just photo on the last one.
Maybe the wine glass, actually.
Or wine glass on the last one, yeah.
Well, it might be the photo, but also this glaring issue of the knife again. Okay. Okay. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him. I can't wait for this to be a completely different line of thinking. No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Oh. They're all over the place with this one. Ah!
Whoa. What is the meaning of this?
Just so I don't feel too crazy. We considered this, yes, the knife that they're about to point out on the earlier ones, but we just had to do it on the last one for some reason.
Right, even though on that line they're already talking about him being dead. So
and also they point out on an early... Okay, whatever. Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? This one's a mess. There was a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought there was a dead man. I'm stupid, you see. I'm just so fucking stupid. Despite being the manager of one of the biggest stars in our country right now. I doubt a single person in this world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly to pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. I still want to kill Matt.
Can I kill both of them? It looks like the defense have somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Miss Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. He said it! Guys!
We're done!
Hello? He said it!
Release the dancing Mayas!
Yeah!
But that's impossible, you're wrong!
Look, Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me, I tell you.
A lethal injection. We got rid of the chair years ago.
Oh, you know what? That's a good topic. I found out something crazy last night about Florida capital punishment laws.
Yeah.
If the death row inmate requests it, they may still be executed by the electric chair.
That's fucking crazy.
Someone did it in 2014, I think. Also, the electric chair? Fucking insane that ever, like, became a thing. Holy shit. Like, it knocks you unconscious right away, right? If you do it right. However, like, executions are still fucking weirdly viewed.
Yeah.
Like, it is a ceremony, right? But, like, it's way more, I don't want to say pleasant for the one being executed, but the one getting executed, in theory, will be knocked unconscious immediately at the beginning of the electric chair execution. However, they won't die for potentially, like, 10 minutes while they're getting cooked, and you just have to sit there and watch it? Weird. Lethal injection also is, that also just knocks the person unconscious, and then it stops their respiratory. It relaxes all their muscles to the point where they can't breathe, and then eventually their heart beats too fast and they just die from cardiac arrest. Weird shit. Yeah. But funny quote when it came to the first viewing of an electric chair. Someone from the press that saw it came away from it and said they would have done better with an axe.
Woo! That's the second most memorable quote from that then.
What's the first?
Well, it's pretty famous. I think you'll probably remember it as I start talking about it. What the first guy that they ever killed, his last words were. Let's do it.
Let's do it! I didn't see that in there. That's awesome.
And this is allegedly where Nike got their slogan from. Just do it. They were inspired by this guy's last words.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I believe there's one other state that you can still an inmate can request. There might be a state that like still uses it, but like lethal injection's lethal injection. Also, apparently it's really only a United States thing. The electric chair.
Yeah, and then it had to do with Thomas Edison, I think.
Horrifying, really.
Mm-hmm.
Very scary. Anyway, somewhat topical. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He was the one who killed Juan. You were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate yourself?
I refuse to testify. Jeez. This must be pretty...
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt on guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Matt on guard.
Enter Larry Butts! Oh. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
The absolute real truth?
What? Who gives a fuck about that? Fuck you, Edgeworth. Witness. Don't you understand yet?
I don't recall ever needing a confession to kill someone before.
Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. But as long as you protect yourself through your silence, that unguard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in these words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the real killer, right? You know, when in this shot, she looks kind of like Zero Suit Samus a little bit in her and her fusion Zero Suit, or not the Zero Suit, her casual outfit. The Zero Suit's technically the I want to say the Zero Suit's technically the jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Her casual outfit is the tank top.
Beach wear almost thing, yeah.
Yeah, like the exercise gear.
Yeah.
Which I found out is if you beat the game in a certain amount of time, you get to see her in it. That's your reward for beating Metroid games fast.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Looking at Samus in the clothes, in the few clothes, and you go, worth it. All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. No. Die.
Mr. Wright.
Then perish.
If you help her, I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What do I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. I don't know anymore. She said 1,000 things. So a lot of people found out she was a girl in the first place. Yeah. That was the whole thing. Metroid 1 was designed to, it even lies to you that it's a male protagonist until you beat the game. The guide that you would get with it even says Samus is, Metroid is a male.
I found out because of Brawl.
That'll do it. Yeah, I might have, yeah, no, I played Zero Mission at some point. And apparently you find out, because you play as a Zero, there's a Zero Suit section, because that's what her, the Brawl, that's what CSS and Smash is based off of, which I never realized until recently. Anyway, think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
It's you, Edgeworth. We've determined.
It's you.
He has everything to gain from this.
You're the real mastermind. Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? No, you idiot. I can read your mind too. Oh, now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Did he say my full name? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just need a not guilty. We don't need to force Andrews to do anything right now.
Well,
like, these are...
I think they want you to say force Andrews to testify.
Really?
The issue right now is that her silence is incriminating herself. And Edgeworth is like, are you really gonna let this happen?
Yeah, you're right, but this is just so weird because it's like we don't need to force her anything else from her, but yeah, you're right. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Because I know you, Phoenix, and I know you have a thing for helpless women.
It's true.
Mr. Wright, what are you? Are you sure you know what you're doing?
No! Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this really how you want this trial to end? Doesn't matter, actually. Thank you, Otaku. Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. Enough.
That's enough. No more testimonies. I'm really tired. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
Your Honor, I was joking.
Ah, he was only joking.
Very funny, Mr. Wright. Bailiff. You're wrong. No. What a shame. What a shame. What a shame. I hope he says at some point you have a single fact to back that up. That would be amazing if that was in one of these games. Huh?
Do you have a faction?
A single licious satisfact to snack that up.
I'll never forget those words as long as I live.
I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this, however...
Well, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, I'm going to kill you. It falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Ooh. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? Because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. It's fine, I'm your best friend, remember? No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop! I beg you! If people find out... I'll... Yeah, this is pretty cruel, but... Eek. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Ouch. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips.
What the? Get the fuck out of here.
No matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. Jesus, Edgeworth. I'll talk, but please. Help me. God! Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit more of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Stabbed the body with the knife? Why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? Pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What?
What do you mean by all this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man, I'll never forgive him. Oh, here we go. Okay. Right. The real killer is Matt, as in somehow brought Celeste to death. I'm gonna bet that's
He's the reason she committed suicide,
yeah,
right?
I'll never forgive him. Yeah, he's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. I'm sure that counts as something. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Okay. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. Okay. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. Oh, so you still think it was Matt? I knew because one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. So you're the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then
what? Wait, what?
Sus!
Sus!
Sus! Sus!
I accidentally skipped through one of those. Oh well. Things never go that smoothly, do they? What is your inconvenience? An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. His spikes. There's also a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth. That's Miss Holdbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. That's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case that day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. I love secrets! Not that I read tabloids or anything. And what is this secret? That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai's costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. Where did she put the other costume?
I think we've heard enough.
They would have checked the room. They would have found a second costume, right?
Right.
Oh, whatever. She flushed it down the toilet. Those industrial toilets at hotels are very powerful.
It's true. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button.
To Matt's Hakama? Yeah. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. For answering that.
My word. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? How could you forget me, your best friend, Andrews? The real criminal is Matt on guard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Ziska. Huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful.
I'm sure it's in there somewhere. I don't really know though.
However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
All right, Matt. I need you to get on the stand. All right, buddy, you're up. All you gotta say is I'm not the real killer, and you're gone. You are so free. Unbelievably free.
free like a spring breeze.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. So, he fades out of existence. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer.
All the evidence we had that pointed at Matt was the things that disproved her.
Yes, but he was arrested first, so... The cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But... Shut up.
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
I'm sorry, my greatest friend. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. Good. Can't wait to kill her.
That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Yee! Just... Oh, man.
He got out of there so fast. He knew Phoenix was gonna say some shit.
Ooh. Man, look how his fingers perfectly go into the spikes. Wow. Today's trial, it's over. I didn't win an acquittal. Can't wait for him to be called and it just be like, oh, it's cool. You did really good. You get another day. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Eh? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if you might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. Room? That day. Yes. Yep.
Oh
Yep.
my god.
Wait, what am I missing?
My ability to see into the minds of the witnesses through flashbacks that may or may not be real. So this was shown earlier in the case, earlier in the trial, just to show like, oh, this is what she saw when she found him and whatnot. And the funny thing is, no, I guess this would be. God, I don't even know how much of this is true at this point. But anyway, I noticed that there was a piece of paper on the desk next to the glass, and I was like, "Oh, look, a piece of paper. She must have taken it." And she did. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? It does. Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as clues to this case, I don't see why. Witness, that card! Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth?
The last one I need for my collection.
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done?
The super
This,
ultra rare.
I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. It's an assassin's card. It's still, yeah, like, I didn't mean to. What is this all about? Never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. Bullshit. That card, what in the world is it? What does it mean? Dude, it's a Phantom Thief. Phantom Thief leaves behind the card. Let him know.
A lot of Persona 5 vibes from this right now.
Really? Your Honor, it was Joker from Persona 5.
From Smash?
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately. Fucking vile plight to that game. Blight, I should say. Okay. Mystic Maya. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him, Nick. I'm burning it all down. Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out.
She can just literally live on through you, Pearl.
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. Hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. A good name. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. We're kind of busy right now. The future.
Yeah, why did he get fired? Von
I don't
Karma
know.
just fired him, I guess.
I don't know. So what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Yeah, say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Ungard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it. Maybe we don't need Maya back after all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth acting like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. And because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. Truth? It's Andrew's last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in it. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Ungard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then, you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it's just, it feels like there's more here than meets the eye. That's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. It's Von Karma. Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. It should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? Fuck y'all. She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Not with a bullet in her shoulder, or just taken out of her shoulder. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick! No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. The Hottie Clinic. Hey, man, you put a hospital in the game, you're gonna use the hospital.
All the winners.
Well, at least they're from this game.
I've already forgotten he's from this game, but yeah. Oh, boy. I also don't want to do this dude's voice again, because it destroyed my throat last time. So I'm not going to. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi.
It can. It will hurt Alex's throat. Didn't you just hear him?
So this Nickel Samurai was really Miss Andrews, huh? Yeah, this is either when she went to Mr. Unguard's room to get the knife, or when she was done with the foul deed, but I guess we'll never know. Sorry. Who would have thought that this knife Mr. Ungard used to eat his dinner steak with?
I'll be right back.
Go on.
Yeah.
That it would be stabbed into the victim's body by Miss Andrews, of all people. I guess she just hated the victim that much, huh, pal? The question isn't why she hated the victim to that extent, but rather, why she tried to pin the murder on Mr. Ungard. I wonder if she really hates Mr. Ungard. When I saw that button, I thought to myself, this is gonna prove Mr. Ungard's guilty. But it looks like there was a lot more to it than I thought, huh, pal? You're a pro. You should know better than to say something like that. Well, I'm not a cop anymore, just a regular helper around the office now, so... I wonder if he misses working down at the precinct. It's been a minute. Alright. She was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. Because of the suicide on the mentor she depended on, Adrian Andrews tried to follow her in an attempted suicide. Now the question is, who is Miss Andrews relying on now? My impression of her has totally changed, pal. So where's she right now? I'm sure she's being questioned down at the precinct. At the very least, about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation. And she'll probably be staying over at the detention center. Detention center, huh? Okay. Oh. Go here first. What the guard told me sounds like, along with Mr. Ungard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. And we should talk with them since we're here. Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning. We don't have time to waste. Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. I guess Edgeworth might be here. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or other. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding me, there's over 100 people on it! I'm sorry, there's over 100 people on... Oh yeah, no, on here, yeah. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Alright, now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Why are you still here? I'm sold bag. Don't evaluate my name and turn it into a gasp. Devalue my name by turning it into a gasp, you spiky-headed petty fogger. Because you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. What I really want... Yes! 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 Die! Die! Fuck! Keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight, no air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Looks like the only way I'm gonna get any investigation done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Okay, well luckily I can't do shit here right now, thank God. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Oh God, it's you. Yes, I'm Director Hody. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hody. Director Hody. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hody. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director, Franziska. How's Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yeah, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, it went well. Have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful. Absolutely terrifying. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. When I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. She's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. She's already standing. This woman is insanely powerful. What the hell? Go back to your room. You're so mean, so mean, my frisky Friska. Okay, yes, it's time for my IV drop. Yes. And what are these tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. Are you a gangster? I even had full intention of running the trial this morning. That or great teacher Onizuka. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would have been over already. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. That isn't my problem, whether she tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective. To find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means. Mr. Phoenix Wright, the end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. It still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was! Ow! I think visiting hours here are about to be over. So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man named Shelly the Killer. Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer. An assassin. The best at that. An assassin? Alright. Here's your card added to the court record. So who is the Shelly Day Killer? Day Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Day Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave cards by the body of his victims.
I wonder if one of those appears in the Great Ace Detective, or Ace Attorney, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I don't know, I'm curious, but yeah.
I did see one character from those games. I haven't seen much, but one of them was just Jesus, I think. It was like Jesus merged with Buddha, I want to say.
Yeah, I know Herlock Sholmes is in it.
Yeah. Why would he do something like that? We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. Discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? But why would he want to be proven? Why would he want... Like, wouldn't you want it to be framed on someone else? At that point, if you're an assassin? Why would he want... Discovery of this card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly Day Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? You can tell me, you know. I'm a very good listener. After all, I was Adrian's therapist. I guess I should just tell him. Maya. She's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does this kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. You don't have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. An assassin okay with someone taking credit for his work? Yeah, that, like, I get that. But still, like, you're just doing your job, right? Like, guy's dead, but I guess he still wants the police to be chasing him. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly Day Killer. And the client who ordered the job... Don't fucking say it was Franziska. Okay. I'm glad it wasn't Franziska. That's way more interesting that it was Matt. I was thinking it might have been Franziska because it's like she wanted to win a case or something, right? So it's like, well, I'll set one up that I can win. It's Matt Ungard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. Okay. Okay. This makes a lot more sense then. As to why the assassin would want his client, why he would want Matt acquitted. I see.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly Day Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Cool. In any case, I must attend the precautions for Maya's rescue team. I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again. If anything should happen, now if you'll excuse me.
Wait, I missed something there. So,
What's up?
How is Shelly Day Killer related to Matt Ungard?
Matt Ungard, according to Edgeworth, Matt, our defendant, our client, hired Shelly to kill Juan. Which would explain why the assassin wants his
client
to be acquitted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Stop reading my mind. Maya. Please. All I ask is you make it home safe and sound. I guess even a kidnapper can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Fuck you, Maya. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with the card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Spooky. What is this place? Teddy bear. Uh-oh. Dog door. I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later for now. I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess. This is a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. And where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a Happy Samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah! I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Oh. Oh. What? What? There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. What? That's weird. That's a figurine. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but this kind of feels like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? Ugh. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. A little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah! Seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is. For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. You cannot. There are ways in which I can help you. Ways, you mean... Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Mr. Nick. Oh yes, Pearls? I caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. OnGuard.
Dead men tell no tales, except for Mia.
Yeah. But she is a woman. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say. Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. Message? It's from Matt on guard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got some, like, really important things to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? I was just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Okay. This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess.
Please feed my cat Shu.
A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Hotel to living room. On guard's mansion, living room. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Okay. I would not want to hang out in the suspended motorcycle living room couch. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! Yay! Cat. So I guess this is Shu. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. The cat seems to like pearls. Oh boy. Yup. Well, this is interesting. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Unguard's lawyer. The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice. Nice to meet you. All right. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. It's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Okay. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. A bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. Sorry to disappoint you. It can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge setting. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? There are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Unguard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master of his affairs. Not typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Unguard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's true. It's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies shoe. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not, yep. Oh, he did say something slightly different. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Well, obviously you can see the dog door.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Unguard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shu? Door. Locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Time to go.
Pearl, you don't sense anything weird in here, right? Oh, okay, cool, so.
No.
Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo. Ugh. That her perfume, Pheromone d'Amour. I smell. I shudder. Let's see here. Will you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. Well, thanks. Thanks, Edgeworth. Oh, I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. It may be, but you know, nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow, 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 ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today. What's up?
Whenever Pearl slaps Nick, she's like, Mr. Nick, come down here. I need to tell you something. He's like, yeah, what is it? Bam!
Bam!
Falls for it every time.
Motherfucker.
I mean, she can probably just jump up to him.
Her hand extends. She ghost slaps him, actually.
She just slaps him, yeah. No, I just feel like her legs are so powerful.
I know. Police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear. I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. They haven't explained her getup yet. Or maybe they did. Whatever. Okay. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems busy, so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Anything new? I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot. Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we go out for a huge 20-course feast? Okay, let's work really hard then. It's such a beautiful sight. The chandelier? Yes, but I can't believe it. I can't believe that such a terrible murder happened under such beautiful lights. It's shocking.
Pearl.
The awards ceremony was held on that stage. It was really fabulous. Something something circus. Just one luxurious hotel. Fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy. Please no Lotta, 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 please no Lotta.
No, that's not when I hear it.
Hey, city boy!
City boy.
Lotta, you're still here.
Hey, shitty boy.
Shitty boy. Wrecking course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? This hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Wreck given. Photographer gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding them out, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I don't want to talk to you.
I don't want to give it back to her.
I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You're really gonna shell out the buckets for the info I got? I'll kill you. Lotta, you were really loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, and had a soda pop with a few of them, too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time, either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe that? Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Angard shoving his manager lady onto Corita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah. When you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooters.
Wow.
Bullshit. Just a whole lot of bullshit.
Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? And why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here?
What the fuck is this woman on about?
I don't know. She's insane. My baby, my $1,600 baby that I got for $700 after I scratched it. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyway? Guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't ya? No, don't ever say he's my friend. Ugh. Put in a few good words for me and get my camera back. You want me to do what?
Lover.
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee you he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, whatever. Keep yourselves together out here, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see. Oh no. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already?
What, Lotta?
Phoenix yelled that at her.
I thought you were just genuinely mad. The line is blurring.
The line.
There is no line.
The same.
There is no line. And now, no one really has any idea. Better check the bathroom. There are toilets in each of this. Okay, where can I go? They'll let me in here, but they won't let me in on guard's room.
Seems weird.
Oh. Mr. Nick!
Someone's
What's that
trapped in one of the
otherworldly,
bears.
ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon?
What?
Are you serious? She just teleported in here? Excuse me, watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Ah! Zoinks! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss
Zoinks.
Oldbag. What are you doing here? Can you just die? I came down here to pay respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a sec, there you pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know, when my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear.
What was the
Holy
bear?
shit. Claws.
Oh.
But maybe barehanded means claws. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow. What a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, You sure can fight. You too, bub. You too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. Oh no, not another clock that talks.
Bear, and it's barely 8 o'clock.
Barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Ugh. That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? I'm sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Uh-oh. A transceiver! Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya! One more day. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict. For sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right. All right, then. A little. What's with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? I'll excuse me. It was Old Bag's ray gun. What happened? She shot the negative 5G at it. The nega-G. I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Nah.
Who's an electronics expert?
Gumshoe, obviously.
You know what? Might be Gumshoe.
Hey, welcome back, pal. Well, he's probably used to radios.
Yeah.
I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. In here, I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should ask him about.
You know about Shelly the Killer?
The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal. When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Dude, it was the ray gun. Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way, I don't understand what you're talking about. For example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
In 2001, maybe?
Huh? Computer? My phone's wave interference used to cause problems with my computer speaker, so it sounded like ghosts were coming out of it.
That's funny.
Yeah. little creepy, but I could physically pick my phone up and move it away, and it would stop, and I would put the phone back, and it would start again. So it was easy to figure out, at least. So I wasn't like, what is happening?
I do vaguely remember stuff like that as a kid, but not too distinctly.
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh yes, the TV does do that. Oh, that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. The room you were in when the transceiver happened, when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's got to be something there that's standing out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Karitas' room, the scene of the murder. Oh boy. What? That's it, I'm gonna sneak into that precinct and get a bug sweeper. Ah! I'll meet you at the crime scene later, all right, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time! Woo! I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick. All right, let's go.
Once he's done with the bug sweeper, he's gonna give it to us, and then we're gonna find out that Franziska's been bugged the whole time in her shoulder.
And then Child Edgeworth will show up and go, oh, I'm sorry, Phoenix will say, it's him, they put bugs in him. And then Child Edgeworth goes, what? Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. You have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in there, and suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean, so yeah, we couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
Fuck!
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item! Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one.
Hey.
Just not the police's. Yeah, it's, yeah.
There it is.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Are you an electronic genius? Wait, what? Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. It's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Isn't it better that way? Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all the way here, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device on some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. Looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's pitching up. It's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. It's a lot of things here, so there's going to be a... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go say the same, but I ain't really yelling for the program. Oh, what a lovely bear. Oh, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, oh, wow. Lamp, check, listening device. Nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. They're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on, sorry. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Karayan Village. And Pearls has never lived outside that village, so, well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say, but let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up for Gumshoe. So, is there any listening device in there? No. I really thought it had to be the phone too. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places. Looks like the TV was left on and it's now showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream.
Drink your tomato juice, Pearl.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? It isn't. Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Here we have a dryer. Nothing unusual here, I think. A dryer? Oh, if you use it next to the TV, it'll make the screen look all weird, right? Yeah. And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right? Hey, good memory, Pearls. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Seem to be anything off. There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh? What's a notebook computer? Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book of paper you can write on. So? Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? Oh boy.
Huh.
Well, it certainly looks like
I've never heard the term notebook computer.
Really?
Like obviously laptop, right?
They will often refer to it, maybe not as notebook computer, but it is somewhat common to see computers referred to as notebooks because it's the idea that you're using it as a notebook.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I suppose I'm familiar with like the actual product itself via the Chromebooks, like just a brand name, right?
Yeah.
Think about why MacBooks are called MacBooks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's other computers.
I never thought about that.
Like there are computers just called like something notebook.
Yeah.
Pretty common term, but yeah, we just call them laptops usually.
Yeah.
Maybe they were more so referred to as notebooks prior, but yeah, laptop is pretty distinguishable, so that's why we use it. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh. Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. That water in the hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it. Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. What's this? It looks like a... okay, we already... Oh, this was something different? Wait, what? Oh, I guess I did click on the coffee machine. Let me see that one again. What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but... Oh, well, it kind of like a hot water pot, I guess, but instead of hot water, coffee comes out. Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of? I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry.
Well, you gonna get a juicer?
What's this? It's a small video camera, no listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Nick? That's what it seems like. But I want to go bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you out there. You have to eat meat, too. Rice! Amogus!
Yeah, a bread cooker. That's right, Pearl. We cook bread in it.
Oh my god. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trails and crime scenes warm. I think the keep warm in this case is a little more metaphorical.
That's right, Pearl. A bread cooker.
Lamp check. Listening device? Nope.
Nothing beats a jelly-filled donut.
Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck, this air filter's covered in dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal. What? Oh, nothing. I guess it has to be red.
Did you...
Potato chips.
Take a potato chip.
And eat it.
Da, 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 da. Like, I believe it is one of the bears.
That would make the most sense.
Because we saw, like, a suspicious bear in the office, right?
Oh, what?
In the room with the videotapes.
Yep. We don't have any bears that match how that looks.
Well, there is the one with the stitches, but you clicked on it. Yeah, like, it looks like that one, but smaller. Maybe it's the giant one? No. Oh? It's red, though.
It's his eye! Wow! Wow!
Fuck us!
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? Second biggest one, anyway. Listening device, I mean. No, not yet. But this bear's eye is. Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal.
Nothing weird here.
Let's just dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. Ugh! No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oomph. Ugh. No. A camera. It's a miniature camera. And it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
What a minute.
Hada wada binada habara. What a emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this some of that more high-tech stuff? This tiny thing is a camera? Yup. pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. Runs on battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recording with the tape inside, it is somewhere else. Tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else. The footage is changed into radio waves and then is sent to the recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of the murder. So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yeah, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. But Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murderer on tape. But what? If you think about the angle of the bear, the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have made a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. All right. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? Cute bear. Bears are pretty cute.
Until they're not.
Until they're not and they're killing you. I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. But what are you gonna do? I'm going around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. He's gone. Yeah, but Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Huh? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got to this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Edward's just gonna pick up the whole fucking bear and walk out of this room. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna run.
I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other
What, the
things
bear?
you have to... Dude, look, dude, all
The
right.
whole thing.
Look at the size of the bear that he's taking. I don't know if you saw.
I could see it.
Yeah. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, Mr. Wright.
Gotta be art of that.
Holy shit! He put it in his pocket. Good thing his chest is so big. But wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Besides that, Mr. Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer was Andrews' past. Those bare feet. My dumbass client who might actually be a malevolent, horrible person. Kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelley Day Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Is this gonna be another investigation sequence or straight to the trial? I imagine it's time for another investigation sequence. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Interesting. That's strange.
Well, that was a pretty long investigation sequence, so I think it was just splitting it up for us. In case you
Sure,
wanted
sure.
a place to take a break.
I'm really upset the bear isn't gone.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? Well, he created a copy of it.
Right.
He replicated it. That bear is
Computer.
outdated. Isn't it past 9 p.m.? It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. Oh, sorry. I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. Police are professionals, Pearls. We'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was an assassin, Mr. Shelley Day Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired Day Killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want it to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? You still think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? True, I don't think it was her. But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. At Engard himself? Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin. And he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him, he had no psych locks. I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone. That includes Juan Corrida, okay? Yeah, but that doesn't mean you didn't hire the guy. I didn't see any psych locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. You said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that thing? You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Looks like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Ungard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Ungard had plenty of a motive to save Mr. Kurita's silence. To have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Ungard. There's no way around it. Yeah, I probably don't have anything to show her at this point. Except, like, I don't know, maybe this. Yeah, no, okay. Stop it, Pearls. Okay, yep. Okay. Hopefully there's nothing else we have to look at in here. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Still the matter of this secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. We can call him, apparently. Hey, wait, what is it, Whippersnapper? Fuck, Nick! All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. Wait, what? And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgypoo, so... Edgeworth. And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at the unsophisticated lawyer. I'm going to feel free to direct all my angwords towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. That's very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going on around my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Yeah, whatever. Wow. The alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can't... I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really wanted that manager with welcome that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. Celeste. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impact. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because... she was thrown away, you see. By Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? It was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. At night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. Wonder what happened between those two. She's probably got nothing for us now. That night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things in the lobby have finally calmed down. 22nd Wright & Co. law offices. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem.
We'll have to eat Charlie.
Get the leaf. I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll probably just finish up this investigation sequence and then call it there for the night, and then hopefully finish out the game tomorrow. Looks like we're on the right path. I'll be right back.
Alex will never know that I'm the real killer.
home. I'll look for a little sad.
Yeah, again.
That's all I do. In real life also. Okay. Detention center. I'm not getting anything out of this. It's pretty late. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk to Mr. Engard tonight. Isn't what we have to ask very important? Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who's this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. No.
Mr. Nick, please. I can't see any way to win here.
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. She really is the rival character. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. You're gay.
Oh!
Tell him no you. Alright, let me write that down. No you. How do you spell the U? You want just the letter or you want the whole word? Just the letter, Chief. You got it. Alright, thanks. You did? Even though visiting hours are long over, after the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. Aw, yeah. I've already called them, so they know. Go on. Go talk to your heart's content. This is my favorite character that doesn't have a portrait. This guy's like the gatekeeper in Three Houses.
Oh, sure, for sure.
Talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have the tomorrow's trial in the bag. Sure, they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Let's go with Adrian first. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was mad. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? Why would you become intimate with his rival? It's the other way around. Maybe. Well, I don't know. No, she probably didn't have it for either of them. She just was with Celeste. Yeah, that has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I'd finally put her death behind me. Now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. At least I didn't disregard your existence in court today. Unlike Edgeworth, your best friend. So I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? Wonder what it said. You're gay. That's it. That's all it said. Why frame him? Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? Simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. Police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Apparently not. Yes, they're so good they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. I want y'all to know, if you ever hear me say it that way, I'm probably not even saying it right, but it's at the end of the opening scene of Radical Highway in Sonic Adventure 2, where Shadow's talking over a bunch of stuff, and he's saying this long-ass sentence, but you can't hear a fucking word until the very last word where everything goes silent. He just goes, revenge! Huh? Did you say something just now? Alright, just one. Cyclock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer, to be honest. You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. Alright, get out of here. Next. How do I reset this? Guard! Guard, next person.
I don't know, maybe we have the thing for it.
Oh, I just assume we don't yet, but hey, might as well. Just say first. Like, it could just be the... Well, they've already talked about the suicide note and stuff. We don't have any hard evidence to be like, so he killed him, right? So he's the cause of Celeste's death? We don't have anything like that yet.
Sure.
We have a damn good inkling that it does relate to him.
Right.
Especially now that we've seen her picture in his house with the assassin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I assume I just have to do this. Not on guard. Hey, man. I didn't kill anyone. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard. What's wrong? Mr. Ungard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. I mean, you seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Like somehow Juan had his hands in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Five!
Should have known this was coming.
I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude?
Like,
did you know about Miss Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Yeah. Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Miss Corrida's manager. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Oh, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Ungard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? It couldn't be. You ever seen this? I'm kind of scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card. You ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying. Or is he? Then again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things. And Adrian, I never thought she'd go this far to frame me for the crime. I mean, what does she have against me? Dude, I don't get it. That's something I would like to know too. Do you have any of the slightest clue, any ideas at all? Even the slightest clue? Huh? What? Me? Don't be silly, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How am I supposed to know something like that? About this person. He's your brother, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Oh my, no, Pearl. Oh, Pearl. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. Fuck. Mr. On guard. Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything. What do you mean by that? Just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude. May I kill him now, Nick? I don't get it. Why would she want to frame me? I mean, I've never done anything to her, dude. Mr. Ungard says it's pretty sincere and he seems trustworthy. But I have to find out what Miss Andrews' real intentions are. Who's breathing into their mic?
It's not me.
Maybe we don't have anything. Because we just have the card now, so... Well... No, I think we might just have to talk to, I think we might just have to try and get, Adrian to talk. Let's give it a shot. It's only one, so... Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said, revenge! So you are saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt and that's why... What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people.
It might just be Celeste's suicide report. Like...
Just Celeste in general. Celeste? There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Inpax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Inpax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt? Shit! I don't think I have what I need yet. We're lacking a real solid connection between the two. I don't think we have what we need yet. Like, we don't really have that much new evidence suddenly, so... Well, I don't think I've presented a ton of stuff yet, so let's do that. It was near Juan's dead body. I noticed it when I went to fill the glass. And then, when I realized that Juan was dead, I completely panicked. That's when I must have unconsciously picked this card up and put it in my pocket. As for why, I simply don't know. You know, there was only one thing running through my head at that time. With this, I can finally expose Matt's true nature to the world. His true nature? I wonder why she's saying that. Not telling me what his true nature is. For me, I think I'd be happy to finally get that kind of thing off my chest. Celeste was my mentor. She was a strong woman. She wouldn't kill herself over any old trifling matter. So, you have some idea of why she killed herself? Yes, I suppose. Then tell me! I was going to organize. Juan wanted to deal the most damage possible to Matt's career, and that's why he was killed. It's quite simply a story of cause and effect, yes? So there was a nickel samurai costume inside this case, correct? Yes, there was. I even personally carried it there from the studio. I always thought it was such a childish thing to dress up and wear a costume like that. I never thought I would wind up using it myself that night. And I was pouring that glass of juice. I honestly had no idea that Juan was dead. I see. I really am a terrible woman, aren't I? One moment I'm thinking of looking after him, and the next I'm stabbing him in the chest with a knife. Sorry, resetting things. Some windows up. Okay.
Yeah,
About this photo, the person who stabbed the body and opened the guitar case was me. And that was so you could get the nickel samurai costume so you could wear it. I thought I had executed that part well. But you showed me differently. You are a formidable lawyer, Mr. Wright. You know, there was one thing... Okay, I don't care what the reason was. It's unforgivable that he hid Celeste's suicide note. You don't have any proof that she left a suicide note behind, right? Celeste. She always believed that there was a right way and a wrong way to do anything. She would have left a note. I wholly believe that. Stop it! I don't want to remember the hopelessness and the despair I felt back then. Or even put that away, Mr. Nick. I'm sorry. Yeah, we didn't go back here. We might be able to talk to Edgeworth. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Well, Mr. Powers.
I guess he's the witness. That's so
What
much
happened?
nicer than Lotta.
Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. Oh my god. What? Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. Whew! The decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I'm actually glad he's playing back into this case, because he was at the beginning and didn't do anything else.
I was wondering where he went.
I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. And all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Uh-oh, they said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. Just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
Yeah, I'll say he did talk about. Yeah, he might know about Adrian and
Yeah.
her stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important. What was it? Well, the detectives told me not to talk about it. Hey, who's the guy that got you acquitted? Hey! You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said.
They were talking about the other lawyer.
Yeah, you know, I'm your buddy, Wright, Phoenix, you know me. Your best friend, Maya's your #1 fan, and she's kidnapped and you need to help her. Buddy.
My brother.
Brother. William! William! Who do you think is that lawyer the detective is talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick. Mystic Maya and myself are your only 2 allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? And Larry, but he's not in this game. He's going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. That's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself. But how horrible, that's unforgivable. Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. You know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. Oh. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impacts? I heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Somebody talking about suicide? Don't tell anybody I said this, but... Hey.
Literally just thinking that.
You heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan Witten hit it, but I have it right here. We heard about that in court today. But there weren't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Good chance. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. She said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." Truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews. They're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Mr. Nick, your phone. Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office real soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, he got shot? Oh my god. Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Umpshu said we need to get back to the office right away. And we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. I think we've gotten everything we need out of... Yeah. Apart from maybe a profile. Yeah, like... This one's former manager, right? Celeste Impact. She was with Global Studios for a while way back. Some things happened and she wound up moving to Worldwide Studios. Some things as in... Well, there's no one left around who knows the details, you know. Only rumors are left now. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Alright. This quickly? And this bear is what gave them away, pal. The bear? I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. I'm sure you did. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth? Shh, bros. And go on. There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to this crime. On guard? Yup. Huh? Not on guard, your client, that's who, pal. Here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for... Oh no, that's a 3 and an 8. Related to money. Ugh. For 3,800, pal. That's an exact match for the price of that stuffed bear.
What joke are you making?
$38 in the previous game. Stolen from Edgeworth. It's a stretch.
Oh, where? Sure.
Receipt. That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The stock clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. So what about the sky camera? Is that what I was trying to say?
Sky camera.
The sky camera we found. That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for a file away, so for you to file away into evidence. It's on my mouse pad.
Sky camera transmitter. And the buff stare.
No, you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Matt Engard. Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you gonna see him? Mr. Engard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. And Engard, what in the world have you done? I don't know if we got all we need yet. Right, do we actually have to talk to Matt and then Adrian?
That would be interesting.
No reason why that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't have... Yeah, we have more stuff to talk about. Talk to Engard with right now than Adrian. Oh man, we go straight to him. Oh, okay. Working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth.
I like how they're saying it's really, really late, but you look out the window and it's like the same midday setting. It's always...
Yeah. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Okay. I guess we go straight to it.
Yeah.
I think it means we have all we need. That's secret. Now, I almost wish there was a section with Will with the Cyclops on so I could make a Hunter x Hunter joke.
What joke?
Uvojin getting chain jailed.
Okay, got it. I was like, Will Cyclops? Like, is there a Will in Hunter x Hunter that uses psychic attacks? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, at least you went straight to the chains at least, knowing that I meant Kurapika. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. God, we still don't know this though. I told you before, dude. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole night that time. Okay. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night.
Yes.
Bear.
We have this now.
Bear. It's weird that it's both of them.
Yeah.
But we know the bear. All of these make sense. I guess it's this. Yeah, I guess, because then he goes, well, what do you mean by that? And then I go, well, you got a bear. And he's like, okay, well, what do you mean by the bear? It's like, well, I know you bought it.
Yeah.
I guess that's the order of events here. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was the camera you're talking about hidden? Bear. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I would say this bear was a present from a... I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... Mr. Ungard. Don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd say I was in some... If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd say I was in some serious trouble. I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. The bear inside the camera.
I think it's the receipt.
God, I'd fucking hope. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ungard. It's from you. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go out to department store all the time, okay? It says bear with camera and eye on the receipt. It's $3,800. Give me the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory. And it's got elephant hair for bristles.
Oh my god.
It's just the whole elephant.
That's just the whole elephant.
Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway. Store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yeah? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? I'm still trying to get that fucking pizza and some bitches. Know what I mean? I'll get one for you too, Nick. I bet your dick's never been... Anyway. No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. It's true. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room...
Might be that.
It would be weird if it was this.
It would be a little weird.
Because we already mentioned this.
Well, you mentioned the other... Yeah. I think it's gonna be the calling card. No.
I think we're not at the calling card yet.
Yeah.
Maybe the press conference? Maybe to know what he was gonna do with the press conference? Maybe it is the calling card, because it was to call in the murderer. Yeah, it's not gonna be any, I mean... It's not this, right? It's not the gossip shit.
Might be the autopsy report because it mentions the time.
Camera in Mr. Creeder's room and filmed it in secret is... I think it's either the card or the press conference ticket. That's my hunch.
Yeah, the press conference is interesting because, like, he still, in theory, didn't know about the press conference.
God, like, unless it was to, like, spy on Adrian, potentially. But I think... No, I doubt that's... I doubt that's why at this point, no. I'm gonna try the card. Woohoo! What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. Oh, you mean Joker? From Persona 5?
Wait a minute, that
From
card.
Smash?
From Smash Brothers? You know, I'm a...
It's a bit of a Smash.
I don't know. I can't think of his main off the top of my head.
Who's like...
Who's the dirtiest tryhard character?
Well, dirtiest... Like, dirtiest but easiest to use.
Ganondorf.
I was gonna say Ganondorf, yeah.
He's Ganon, yeah. Or he's a piece of shit and plays Young Link, like me.
Yeah, he could play Young Link.
The grimy Young Link player. I've probably met a couple of dudes who kind of look like him that play Young Link. In fact, there's a damn good chance. Wait a minute. When I look in the mirror, oh no!
But no, he's literally a Game & Watch player. He's got the watch. That's what the thing on his wrist is. Game & Watch.
Nothing worse than a Game & Watch player. He said it was nothing but a game. It was all a game, playing with the ladies, and he's got a watch, so...
Yep, that's Game & Watch,
Yep, I guess it's Game & Watch. This man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous! Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? Why do you know he's a shady scumbag? You really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. It's finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. I really can't.
Holy shit.
Mr. Matt on guard. I know you know Mr. J. Killer is the killer because... Okay. You're his client.
You're his client.
You're a hero of justice, obviously.
The other two are bullshit, so you're his client.
Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real master behind this whole murder is... you. Matt on guard. The guard in the back's like, holy shit.
Holy shit.
And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. On Guard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Oh my fucking god! What the hell?
Whoa!
So remember...
Did Von
when I
Karma
warned you-
possess this guy?
Remember when I warned you that this is some cartoon bullshit?
Dude, what?
It's not Von Karma.
Well, excuse me, it looks like him.
I get where you're coming from.
Okay. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on Guard.
What is the man?
Flames are gonna appear behind him. What the fuck is this?
The guard is like, where did he get that glass?
Mr. Shitaro.
Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really? So you really are Shelly Day Killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me? I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others. Just like that pathetic Adrian. You knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yeah, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Cause I'm a grown-up and I can... Cause I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl? Why? Why would you kill Mr. Kurita? Cause he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Unguard's secret would have been... Haha, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead? Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simple things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. And oh, how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me. Matt on guard. Huh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Kurita. And you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Yeah, because I didn't. Hey, now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that day killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita! I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Aw, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to present me. How's that sound? Ah, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this! That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Damn. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. Ah! Starting line of this case. Edgeworth, I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. He fucking just instant transmissioned us out of there. Well, Wright, what are you gonna do? Do you plan on changing your strategy? No! We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? It's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth? Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. Now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer. And you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who's clearly a killer. That Ungard. That man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense in a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is that where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's... It's because I've believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose it in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. Not Pearl, though. She's a fucking monster.
Mm-hmm.
You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do.
Tatsuki.
People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man that I clearly know to be guilty. And Ziska. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. Well, that's gone, so... Find new meaning in life. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty! I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What are you? Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Eee. Well, a little dramatic. Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. On Guard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me! Man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. Assassin's duty? You were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is Day Killer. Shelly Day Killer.
Shelly Day Killer.
You're Shelly Day Killer? Please, keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a Day Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. No. Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Neko.
Mystic Maya, shoe coming in clutch.
Shoo.
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? The end of that transmission. Oh, that sounded like a cat. Search every house with a cat in anywhere.
Japan? That's every house in Japan.
A cat? It can't be. A cat, can it? This is ridiculous, but I love it. What is it?
It's not.
Right, he's in the house of the, and also he did see this guy before, right before Maya was taken. So
Yeah, it's
all coming together. I think I know where Shelly Day Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately. But be discreet about it, we don't want her dead. All right, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah.
Oh, what is it? Yeah, even if he doesn't recognize him from the hotel, there's a little discrepancy of that Matt asked us to feed his cat, and then he had a butler at his house.
Yeah, and yeah. Where do they want me to go? Oh, by the hotel. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh no, there's a bomb in front of it. I meant to say a bear, but then I said bomb.
Bomb on Site B.
Bomb is... Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There was no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it, that butler. All this time he was day killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Yeah, we're rushing a little too headlong into this. Oh, it's a figurine bear. There's a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Bear. Is that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for Shu. You think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth! Bam! 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 Nothing two men can't do. Especially those brick houses. There's no one here! From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. Antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape that we're looking for and escaped with it. Sure. Searched all over, but it looks like he got away. Sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now, lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. The little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. Close. I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. Love. Celeste. Miss Impax? You mean... Yes. Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Enguard's mansion? Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame! Maya? It's Mystic Maya! She left us a message! What? Call Mia! I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up! You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, if you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for that helpless lunk, That's it for now, Nick. I don't know why that one cut out so fast. No! Mystic Maya!
She's dead.
Right! What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes. As far as clues goes, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Oh, please tell me we just teleport straight to it. Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding. And I think I can stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. God, I was hoping we would just teleport to it. I think I know what
It
you're
would have been
thinking.
nice considering Edgeworth stole us from the place in the first place.
I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Though he might just instant transmission us over there. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. That's gonna take us there.
He's done it.
Good evening,
Edgeworth,
yeah,
thank
no
you.
fades in. No fade-ins or nothing. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try and break me if you can. That line's sexier than it should be. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. Revenge! You're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt and that's why? Okay, right,
you guys
so
to know.
first... Celeste. What's up, Red?
I've never exercised more patience in my life than in this very moment.
Okay.
Just because this is stuff I really want to talk about, but I don't want to talk about it on stream because I don't want to interrupt you guys. So,
Does it have to do with Phoenix Wright?
no, it doesn't at all.
Oh.
Which is why I don't really want to like bring it up and like.
Yeah, we're about done
Derail the
anyway, so...
Yeah,
okay.
But it's really cool stuff.
There's only one catalyst that you... Okay, well, we'll be right there. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relationship to Miss Impact's in her suicide.
Do we have the photo we just
Yeah, we
picked
got the
up?
photo, yeah.
Okay.
This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. It'll be freeing.
Oh, thank you. I was.
Back to full. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes. Because of Matt. Because of Mr. Ungard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. That's why. With love. That's why with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with, until she was thrown away. It's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that, which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. Then, it was suddenly called off. The night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. That's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, his pride hurt. Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard all about it from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. The night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. Yeah. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. And that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. Jesus fucking Christ. That's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. See, what a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation or with what I now know. With what I know now. So, while this case is ridiculous, and while it's not, like, bringing the story together in a sense, this is... I really appreciate how dirty and filthy this one is.
Yeah, it is good.
It's fucking vile.
Yeah.
And, like, having like, Phoenix really have to question morality, is pretty cool. I'll be curious if they stick the landing here. Because... well, I don't know. I don't know how this one's gonna pull through, but
yeah, like it is because like at the end of the day, like if in real life, if you're a defense attorney, you know, it doesn't really matter whether or not your client's guilty or innocent. Your job is to believe they're innocent and defend them.
Yeah, you're just doing what you can.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Yeah. Though I'm sure it takes a certain kind of person to defend garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is what they're going to be doing a lot of time. It's true. Like, that's what they're going to be doing a lot of time. People get arrested for good reasons, usually. But yeah. This is pretty good. I also... I was really enamored with that last stretch. I felt very comfortable doing all the voices there.
Mhm.
I actually really liked how
like you were...
I really liked how my evil Matt voice sounded. That one actually
Yeah, no, it was good. It was
that
good.
one came out real naturally.
It seemed like you were enjoying this part of it like a lot more. Than
I
the
am
previous ones.
yeah. I also like that this last investigation we did was mostly linear. I liked how that one was more railroaded. It's fun doing the adventure stuff sometimes, but I don't really like adventure games hinge on try everything against something until it works. Like that's the gameplay. Like fucking, like Monkey Island or LucasArts games. Yeah, LucasArts games. A lot of those I want to say had adventure elements to it where it would be like, well, this doesn't make any fucking sense, but that was part of the fun.
LucasArts is Star Wars, isn't it?
They were a studio that made other games, though, not just Star Wars games, I want to say.
Interesting.
I might be thinking of a different studio.
Are you thinking of the people that made King's Quest?
No. But still,
No,
yeah, that's Sierra.
Right.
That too, though. Like, that's just how adventure games kind of worked, was like, why would this make sense? But this game does operate on a more sensical structure of like, well, you need to relate two things together. Like concretely relate two things together. Though that leap with the fucking photo at the beginning of this case of the trial tonight, that was
wild.
That was a little wild. And her whole testimony, that was probably the messiest it's ever been in the series so far, because it was like, man, what am I supposed to believe here? She said like 3 different stories, and like some of the characters just like, no, that must be true, right? And it's like, but no, what? Yes, no, I don't know. But still, looks like we're finally at the end of it. And I hope it sticks the landing. We'll see. That'll be tomorrow. All right. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time.